All right, hold down the applause. We appreciate you being with us here today. I am David Neal, along with some other folks here who are trying to make this happen here. We got Brett Adair, who is out and about. It's been a while since you've talked to us. You may have forgotten what we looked like. I'm the one with the hat. Brett is the one with the hat also, but his is a little bit different color than mine. And he is currently on a storm that is now tornado warned. Just now, moments ago, we're going to show that to you in just a couple of seconds, though, right here in the northern part. Well, actually, it's the southwestern sections of Iowa, but coming across that northwestern portion of Missouri, too, that we are watching here as we move along into the next couple of hours. Hiya, how you doing? And we appreciate you being here with us. I know we just got started here, so I should let everybody get in here. Killer, good to see you here this evening, Oklahoma City. We're going to be talking about you here in just a couple of minutes, but right now we're looking at the live radar all across this area off to the north here. We've got a lot going on at the moment. That's going to be from Red Oak southward down to Nebraska City, the rest of that area into the Falls City area there, too, near Auburn. And the tornado warning that we just now got moments ago is going to be right up here near the town of Malvern. This is moving northward and eastward. The National Weather Service has this for the next 40 minutes as a tornado-warned storm into this area. They say this is going to be for the southernmost portion of Mills County in southwestern Iowa till 6:45. We have a tornado warning here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles to the south of Malvern, 20 miles to the west of Red Oak. Moving northeast at 25. Got some hail there, and we've actually got some video from Brett that we'll show you in just a few moments from Brett Adair, where we've had some fairly large hail. Brett's in the northern part of that storm looking, well, he's in the northern part of that storm looking downward. He's going to get out of the way here, I hope, pretty soon, because there is a tornado warning involved with this just down to the south and west. And so that's kind of what we're looking at here at the moment with all the activity going on across the rest of that area. But the tornado itself is going to be just down to the south here, south of White Cloud, where we have inbound and outbound associated with this. Right in this area, right about there, we'll say. And the likelihood of this moving on northward and eastward, what did they say here? The clip that we're looking at is right about going to be 40, what was it? 25 miles an hour. I thought I saw 45. 25 miles per hour. Not moving very fast at all. We got a lot to talk about here now, by the way. This is all in an area where we are primed to have strong to severe thunderstorms through the day today. In fact, we're going to have quite a few advisories that are in effect. We do have watches and warnings, tornado watch that's in effect here across the area that goes all the way down to the south to Topeka, Kansas. That's in the yellow area that you are looking at this here. That's going to be a tornado watch that's in effect from Sioux City over to Dodge, Fort Dodge into Ames, Iowa, Des Moines as well, southward to Emporia, including Topeka in the Manhattan area. And then further to the south, another tornado watch that's in effect from Oklahoma City all the way down to Wichita Falls. We'll be looking at that here shortly as well. In fact, we'll look at the radar down there to show you there are some thunderstorms already looking kind of wicked here into this area near Norman and more Chickasha, Anadarko, over to the Yukon and the Mustang area there too. In fact, let's go to the local radar here, get a little bit better perspective as to what is happening here. These are big storms. Gee whiz, these are huge storms that are ongoing here at the moment. I see about 5-6 different separate supercell thunderstorms. One around Norman, Oklahoma here at the moment. Pretty big thunderstorm there in Norman. We're watching the way things look there, which is pretty much out of the ordinary in most of these areas where everything is still, pretty much making its way from the southwest to the north and to the east. But we've got a lot of activity going on here, and you can certainly see that's a pretty wicked area right there at the moment in Norman, Oklahoma, that we are following. Some of the thunderstorms there that we were looking at during the day today, producing some large hail as well as the possibility of a tornado or two. But right now, that is the mother of storms at this moment. Right now, we got the velocity data on that. Shows a little bit of turn just to the west of Norman. A little bit of inbound and outbound associated with it there. Out at the airport, we've got some of the conditions that still look like they're going to be in the form of, 79 over 63. That's pretty juicy outside. Excuse me, 65. 63 is relative humidity, but we're 79 over 65 at the moment. And some pretty gusty winds from time to time that are adding to the values there overall. But more or less what we're looking at there is some strong thunderstorms that will be popping into the hours to come. This is going to be here with us for a while. It looks like coming across this area, some of the strongest thunderstorms making their way over the next 2 or 3 hours before we lose the sunlight of the day, which is aiding and abetting everything that is ongoing here at the moment as well. But those are all moving off to the northeast. So we got no warnings there just yet, but likely to get some in the next little while as well. Back up here to our tornado-warned storm, and I don't think Brett is there, by the way. This goes against everything Brett and I normally talk about, being north of a storm like this. He was going to shoot some hail a little bit earlier, but I don't think that is the case here at the moment. I think he's probably lagging there. He's not going to be, sitting in the middle of all that for any particular time. Hold 1 second. Let me get some info here from him. Just a sec. We'll check on your areas too throughout the day today. Hopefully we can kind of help you out with your forecast and what you're expecting to see as we move along through the next couple of hours. Some of that's going to, initially make its way from west to east as we go through the next few hours, but initially start out as strong just for your thunderstorms. They'll be supercellular here for a while as we begin, and then kind of make their way on northeastward as we do through the next little while as well. But right now, there's your storm, the big part of the storm, white cloud over to Malvern, which is where we have the tornado warning at the moment near Malvern. There's also going to be some large hail right there. You can see it. But here's our tornado, our likely tornado near Clark and white cloud, and coming on to the north end of the east, punching in. You can see it from the southwest. Here's where we have some spin. It's going to be a rain-wrapped situation now. I don't expect you to be able to see this unless it's right on top of you. Even on the south side, it looks like it's fairly rain-wrapped. Tornado very likely trying to come in from the southwestern side here and go off to the north end of the east and down to Hamburg and to Auburn, Humboldt, throughout that area, Seneca over to Axtell. Got a couple of thunderstorms, and this is all in the region that through the day today we are expecting to see more and more in the way of strong thunderstorms to be occurring as we go through the next several hours. Let me turn that up there just a little bit and turn this down here just a little bit. That doesn't work at all. It's not right. That's better. Burning my eyes. So kind of watching all the whole situation here. We're watching what's happening with pretty much everybody that's with us here. Let's see. Let me make sure we've got. I heard we might be having storms in northern Michigan tonight. Yeah, that's pretty likely as well. Yukon, Oklahoma. Yeah, you can see there's a couple of thunderstorms there that we were just looking at just a few moments ago. There'll probably be more as we move along through the next couple of hours here too. But right now we've got the few that we have here. Still kind of watching what's going on. A couple of big thunderstorms here and possible tornado associated with this storm. That thing's going to be right there near Clark or White Cloud. Clark or White Cloud. We're efforting getting some video. I don't have any currently from Brett, but we'll try to get some of that in just a few moments. Some of his video popping up here in just a few moments. Does look like that's going to be the bigger area there. Hold on, talk to me. You're low in my ear. Oh, we do have Brad. Let's check out Brad. Brad Arnold, one of our guys as well. Good friend of mine, Braves fan. He's not happy. Braves lose 1-0 today. We're also watching Brad Arnold's camera right there. You can see it as we look at basically the thunderstorms that are going in from south to north. Now, Brad's a little bit further down to the south. He's watching these thunderstorms coming in on the south side of Auburn, it looks like, throughout that area. We have some stronger thunderstorms coming here from Auburn. No, it's Oklahoma City, excuse me. They didn't put any cities in here at all, but that's Oklahoma City, I think. So that's going to be Norman there. And you can see the vertical profile here, the VAD that is showing us where we have varying winds with height. So they drew a circle there around Norman, Oklahoma, and they can make a good call there. This could be a hotbed here for the next little while. You saw the radar there just a few moments ago, so thinking that might be a big deal there as we go along through the next little while. Still watching all the other thunderstorms, though. Back up to the north here. Tornado warning continues just to the southwest of Red Oak near Malvern. And moving northward and eastward, there's the possible tornado associated with this. And again, I don't think Brett is in the path of this storm. I think that's an old location for him showing up right there. He wouldn't do that sort of a thing. So pretty much that's what we got going on there for that area. Tabor over to Malvern. And then southward we go. We got some large hail here and there as well. Down to the south here, we do have Brad Arnold that we were watching.
To the north of Philly,
Keep our eyes on him as well as we go into the next little while there too. All these other thunderstorms up and down the line have potential to produce tornadoes as we go through the day today. We can still have tornadoes anywhere from, you can see Sioux City southward. That's a big thunderstorm right here near Ottawa, and Soldier moving over to Moorhead, the Charter Oak area there in Mapleton. And then down to the south here, we got Shelby and Neola. That's a pretty big thunderstorm there, too. Further down to the south, it's Carson, Griswold, back over here into this area where we still have thunderstorms that are possible and likely there, too. And then further down to the south, we've got Sydney, Riverton, Hamburg, and the rest of the area that we're looking at down, including Watson, the town of Watson that we're looking at. That's going to be one of those regions, too, that we'll be watching for any kind of development that goes on over the next little while there, too. Quick question. When a map is named Day 4, type of weather prediction, from what day do they start counting? Sunday, Monday? Killer, that is a great question, and what I would suggest you do is read it. If you read down there at what it says. Now, here's the thing that goes on with these severe weather discussions that happen is that they don't go day to day, and sometimes that causes difficulty because they actually cover 2 days. They're going to cover from 12Z to 12Z, which is 7 o'clock in the morning now till 7 o'clock the following morning. They encompass 2 days, really. So it's kind of difficult when you start looking at those things. But read the text that goes along with it. It'll make more sense to you that way because they'll give you the day. When you read the actual text, it'll say coming up on Thursday, day 4. And I mean, if you just want to avoid confusion, or you can keep up with it. If you keep up with it, you have to do it, every single day. Today is day 1. Tomorrow's day 2. The next day is day 3 and 4. Again, it goes from the morning, daylight, until the morning of the next day is considered a day. So don't be fooled by that. It is quite difficult when you start talking about it. It's 12Z to 12Z. Yes, there could be some storms there. Let's go back down here and look into Oklahoma because maybe some of the bigger storms. Look, these folks in Oklahoma, we've talked about this many, many times before. I'm going to get rid of the tornado watch because I just don't like having a bunch of colors over the same. Let me get rid of the tornado watch here. Yeah. Now I did. So let's talk about this, is that National Weather Service offices, from office to office, they will they issue these warnings. They decide on these warnings, and they will take into account local knowledge and that kind of thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There might be 7 or 8 supercells here at the moment that we're looking at. You're welcome, Killer. There may be 7 or 8 supercells here that we're looking at on the map at the moment. These folks are smart. They're cookies. They know what they're doing. This is where Severe Storms Prediction Center, SPC, is located in Norman, Oklahoma. So they're going to make sure before they pull the trigger on something, they're going to be positive about it most of the time. Whereas if you saw some of this stuff over somewhere into the east, and I'm just going to say somewhere over into the east where maybe they don't have a lot of tornadoes, they'd be pulling this trigger left and right. There'd be 4 tornado warnings there. And that's just because some aren't really used to it. The folks in Norman, Oklahoma are used to it, so they know they're going to call a tornado warning when they know it's a tornado. So it's like that in Texas. If you do this long enough, you'll figure out which offices are familiar with tornadoes and which ones maybe are not. I've seen some that'll call just one little pixel and one little pixel that aren't going in the same direction. They'll call that a tornado warning. And some of it is, they may have some bad information coming from the ground as well, with spotters who may not be as familiar with tornadoes in some of those areas too. So a lot of it is about education. A lot of it is about, what you know and that kind of thing. So there's where we are. The tornado warning from Malvern does continue. They just continued that tornado warning. So there is a tornado warning now into Moore. We'll look at that in just a couple of seconds. They did just issue that more because it looked like it was going to. 2-inch size hail is also possible with this stuff in Malvern, which is very near where Brett is at the moment. This is now, I think this is going to be a tornado warning now because of this area right down here south of Newcastle. Yeah, that's a tornado. Look at this. It's not warned on our map just yet, but that is a tornado right there trying to form just to the west of the airport. It looks like just west of Norman. That's a tornado. Why are they not? I'm not sure why it hasn't filled in just yet, but looking like a tornado to me. If there's any kind of correlation coefficient to go with it, nope. Not just yet. Come on, fill in. Was it not a tornado warning? Maybe okay. So maybe I saw Moore was a town. I saw the name Moore and I thought in one of the little things that popped up a few moments ago. That's not a tornado? It is a tornado warning? All right. Your volume is super low in my ear if you could pull it up. Turn the warnings off. I did turn I turned the warnings off a second ago. Thought there's no way. Thank you. That's perfect in my ear. Thank you. So yeah, it is a tornado warning. About to say there's no way that can't be a tornado warning. Tornado warning now for Moore. There's your inbound and your outbound. You can see it very tightly packed there at the moment. That is a tornado warning right about there. Where's it going? Off to the northeast a little bit. It's going to end up being just to the north of the University of Oklahoma, it looks like, in the next few moments. Big time area there. I know they're watching that very, very closely. We do have a, let's see, this is the video out of Norman, Oklahoma. This is the camera that we have there. I mean, you can see what I'm talking about. Actually, I'm going to pull that up. Let's see. All right, they're panning over to it. Let me get rid of it here on my iPad. I'm going to pull it up over here. Give me this for a moment, Jay. Let's see. Pull it up over here, and I'll pull it up on this Oklahoma camera right there, so we'll have it in our third monitor, full screen. Come on. And it went away. There we go. All right, you can have it back. We'll have to watch that. Can you pull it up now? Can you pull it up? Okay, do that. It's frozen at the moment, but I'm guessing a few people are wanting to watch it. Still have a little area there just north and west. You can see it, the inbound and the outbound that is still there right about here at the moment. It's all headed this way. And we've been watching the camera. There it is. We'll show that to you from time to time, what it looks like there. We have you can see quite a bit of spin rotation going on with the thing. And a few trees are in the way. Might want to trim those trees. I think it's going to be right over the top of that tree. Close to the area right there, just north of the University of Oklahoma at the moment, and moving on eastward. All the details, at least at this moment, from the Severe Storms Prediction Center, which is right there into the office, southeastern Oklahoma, Cleveland, McLean counties. You're underneath a tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado right there near Newcastle. Tennis ball sized hail being reported in that storm just a little while ago. Tennis ball sized hail being reported there just a few moments ago. So The deal is at this moment that's moving northward and eastward up into that area. It would be pretty close. Now this is the radar, the terminal Doppler radar, which has a little bit different view to it there, but you can certainly see what we're looking at is the possibility of a tornado trying to twist up and move just south of Moore. I would say Moore is in the path of this storm, Moore, Oklahoma. You would be in the path of this storm. Base velocity. You know, there's an inbound and an outbound, not quite what it was a few moments ago, maybe, but still nonetheless. Let's see, it's curling around. It'll be pretty close to the radar site right there. Yeah, that's kind of wicked looking. This is just north and east of Newcastle, south of Moore, Oklahoma. Pretty big deal. See what we got going on here again. Let me see if there's any kind of correlation coefficient going on with that. I have to put this into motion to sort of see. And at the moment, I don't see what I think is debris, really. Looks like I don't think that's debris. They did reissue the tornado warning up here from Malvern, Iowa. This is going to be that area 2-inch size hail is popping up here. Malvern over to Hastings and Emerson. This is going to be just to the south on 34. It looks like US 34 coming northward and eastward toward Henderson, Emerson, and Hastings. So that is a reissuance of the tornado warning up there. Still have a tornado warning down to the south here. This is going to include Oklahoma County coming in on the south side of Moore, Oklahoma, with a strong thunderstorm that's producing a possible tornado as well into this area just to the south of Moore and moving northward and eastward now at about 25 to 30 miles per hour coming into that area. There's a large hail shaft there. You can see the hail shaft that's associated with it. It's going to be large hail that they're calling up to tennis ball size there. The possible tornado would be just off to the south. This is all going to be hail, the hail area here as well that moves off to the northeast, but that's a pretty wicked looking storm there. It is now tornado warned into the area. A little bit of, right now it doesn't look as tightly packed. I still think if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be in this area somewhere right about there near Newcastle, in between Newcastle and Moore, Oklahoma at this point, and headed on northward eastward at 25 miles per hour. So that would include all of you who live just a little bit further across the county there, moving up into Moore, then beyond into Newalla, McLeod, Harrah, just south of Midwest City and beyond, going in that general area. There is, I do see some video coming in from a couple local affiliates there into the region where there is a lowering now across the city. It is not on the ground, but we do see a lowering there. Showing up across the city of where there is some spin, some rotation. It looks like with a funnel cloud at the moment, quite possibly. I see several of them. I'm watching several people who are out and about following this situation, and what I do see at the moment is that this is not maybe on the ground. I'm watching TV in a local station there at the moment, and they've got good helicopter coverage of this as it comes across the town of Moore. From the west and off to the northeast. So there is a spin, there's a rotation there. The condensation funnel is not reaching down to the ground just yet. That doesn't mean the wind isn't. But what you can see, or what I can see right now, is basically telling me that this is kind of a forming tornado at this point, it looks like. Maybe not even that. A lot of scud with that at the moment. You see a pretty big lowering. There's a small, I don't know if anybody else is noticing, there's a small tornado on the upper left-hand side. If you look, nobody really sees that. They're looking at this. There's a wall cloud, a very distinctive wall cloud. And it is above the ground at the moment. And I see a couple little satellite spins that are going in around this big thing as well. So. Boy, when they get on a tornado in Oklahoma City, Norman, Oklahoma City, I mean, you got coverage. They know how to do it there. Right now, there's still the tornado warning there. Expires in 31 minutes. They got 2.5-inch size hail being reported here as well. But this is a strong supercell thunderstorm among several others. There's another one coming in around Chickasha at the moment. That is a supercell just south of there, Chickasha. So they'll be dealing with that again in just a few moments as it comes in from the southwest. So the possibility is certainly there. Now, some of that might be, I see a big wall cloud. I'm watching a lot of different cameras. There's a big rotating wall cloud. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Wish I could show that to you, but this is from WPC. They're talking about heavy rainfall, training thunderstorms that aren't moving very fast at all, which could result in 2 to 3 inch rates per hour. So flash flooding is possible here. Wow. Still a big rotating wall cloud making its way across the city at the moment, near Moore now. It's actually very close to Moore, moving northeastward down across that region from the south. So that's the likelihood right now of producing a tornado near Moore, Oklahoma, and headed on northward and eastward. There's another one going to follow it up, though, just down to the south near Chickasha that we'll be looking at, too, that I'm sure there will be followers for that as we move along. And pretty much what we'll be watching there into the next couple of hours as well is that. Now, this is not an environment for a large tornado situation to occur. Doesn't mean that there can't be. But this is not the environment here doesn't just spit out big tornadoes for the day-to-day. So, not to say they can't, but there are things going against this, actually. And now, again, Chickasha is the other area there that I'd watch, too, for that likelihood. Right now, the Moore, Oklahoma tornado warning currently south of I-40, 240, south of Oklahoma City, is what we're looking at. It's headed off to the north and east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. 2-inch size hail is possible here. Tennis ball size hail that goes until 7 o'clock tonight Central Time. That is a tornado warning there across that area. Secondary storm down to the south, Chickasha. You got a big thunderstorm here, big supercell thunderstorm coming in. That could be, primed. We're getting into the prime time final hour or two of this whole situation, too, where most of these thunderstorms are going to be at their strongest, at their biggest at this point. So kind of watching out for that as we move along. Lizzie, thank you for being with us. We'll try to help anybody out. If you have a specific forecast for you, we'll try to help you all out today as to what is happening. Again, I put this into motion to show you from the southwest to the north and east is our movement here, Yukon, throughout the rest of the area. They are saying that this tornado warning to the north here that we've got up near Malvern is now moving further to the east. This is going to be in effect for Emerson. That's right there along US 34. Hastings, Emerson area goes until 7 o'clock tonight. That's back up into Iowa. We'll take a look at that here in just a couple of seconds to show you the Iowa storm that we were looking at. And it is right up here. And there it is. Tornado warning. And still into this area here where the likelihood is going to be of a tornado somewhere just down to the south and west of this mess here at the moment, Emerson to Hastings. It's not a tightly packed sort of a situation. This is a big hail maker for sure. We know it's... Yeah. I think we do have Brett's video up here. We can take a look at him in just a couple of seconds here to show you Brett's video.
Here it is. It's forming over the truck.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's what I was pointing at.
Brett live. We can't speak to him just yet,
here.
but...
Yeah, okay.
Go
yeah.
ahead and take him full if you get a chance.
Cool. Yep, that's pretty awesome.
Take his full. He's got a little funnel there. I don't know. Did he break his windshield? Or is that a power line? He's cracked his windshield. Good job, buddy. So he's got a little roll funnel there. You can see it in the crack. Just right in his crack to the left.
Copy. We match you now.
Got a little roll going on there. New mezzo up in the right-hand side of the screen here. You can see they're talking about issuing a new watch that'll be needed across north central, northeastern Oklahoma. A new watch because of all this mess down here to the south. They're going to reissue a new watch. It'll cover Bartlesville back up to the Joplin area of Missouri. 95% chance of that watch to occur. That would be happening here pretty soon.
Later.
As now you got movement going from west to east. This is a little bit of a surprise going on down here into
definitely spinning right here.
Oklahoma. A little bit of a surprise at the moment.
I guess we'll go over
And,
toward Emerson, which is that way, and then we'll cut north of town. I mean, we can't. The thing is I can't get in any crazy rains. Oh, right here. Hi. Hello.
Get back
Disconnected
down here.
too.
Got it.
It looks really, really weird though. Here comes the hail.
Wicked looking storm
I
now.
hear
Wicked
it.
looking. Got a big wall cloud that's scaring everybody going across the city at the moment. And it would me too if that's all I saw. But a huge rotating wall cloud seen there on some of the live local channels. And I don't know. I don't care. You should see it. It's on KFOR.com. KFOR.com. And if I was you, I'd go over there and watch it too. They've got maybe you can still keep us up, but I don't mind telling you, you should see this. It's a wicked looking thing. It's on, I think it's just KFOR.com. They got a helicopter that's on the thing. They may have 2 helicopters on the thing at the moment, but the guy needs to come off and show you the video again. Now, this was over the terminal radar. If you're watching this over the terminal radar a few moments ago where it was looking pretty wicked there. I don't know if the terminal is still up or not, but when it went over the terminal radar, it was kicking, and you can see there was inbound and outbound associated with it going over the terminal radar. There it is. It's just now past the terminal, and here's the spin. This is what you're seeing on television. If you're seeing anything at all, it'd be that right there. Which is the likely tornado. It's still spinning though. It's a mesocyclone that is spinning. It's not a tornado that is on the ground at this moment, but could be producing that before you know it. Look at that. That is it's now east of the terminal radar. Now we'll be watching the other radar here at the moment, the live radar coming in out of the region there too for the actual deal, because it's going to be getting close to that as well. And here's the spin. Here's the whole thing that is spinning up into the atmosphere is right there. It's spinning and rotating, and that's what they are seeing. Wow. Wonder how much we'd have to pay to show that chopper right there. See, that's pretty awesome. That is a wicked looking. I hope you can see it, folks. If you're watching us this afternoon, I really think you should see this. It's isn't that on the KFOR site? Yeah, go to KFOR.com, and you need to see this from the air. This is a unbelievable supercell thunderstorm. I'm sorry, but it is beautiful when you look at stuff like that. Yeah, see if we got anything there. Stunning looking storm. It is producing what you see is the wall cloud that kind of hangs down and protrudes from the whole supercell itself as a wall cloud. There you go, Oklahoma City cam. I don't know where that's looking though. That's a north-south road, but I think we're looking. I know a weather guy there, but I don't think now's a good time to call. He may actually be at that station. I'm not sure anymore. Unbelievable. So if you're kind of watching them, maybe listening to us, I don't know, you can listen to them too, whatever you need to do. We're just here to help. And I'll show you, there's a new tornado watch they just issued a few seconds ago too. Well, I'll show it to you right now. That's going to go over to Tulsa and Okmulgee into the Henrietta area there, Bristow, and back off to the north. So they did issue a new tornado watch. Again, waking up this morning, not exactly the thought about tornadoes in Oklahoma City. But through the day today, started to look a little bit more and more like it. So back to the radar again. That's just to the north of Norman, south of Moore. Got to watch this area too. Now you can see there is a spin that's occurring here as well down near Chickasha. There's some inbound and outbound associated with that right there near Chickasha. Check that out because there is, the possibility there. Some of that, as we move along through the next little while, some of that may actually become a little bit more intrusive as it goes on northeastward toward Blanchard into that area there too. But it's going to be coming right back into the city. In fact, they'll be talking about that. I don't have enough gas, but they'll be talking about that very shortly as it all happens again through that general area there. Go back out of that into this. Whoa. Yeah, it's a sick wall cloud. So it's right here. This is where we're looking. If you're watching their video, this is where the spin is, the rotation is. Just north of Norman, actually just north of the airport here at the moment, about 5 or 6 miles north of the airport. It's going to end up heading just south of the radar out here, just to the west of Stella. It's going to end up going pretty close to the radar again. What is that? Is it? That's stunning. They got the whole supercell in it. So if you're watching it right now, that is the wall cloud. That is the lower, I mean, that is, if you look up wall cloud, that's what they look like. And if you look up supercell, when they pull out, that's what a supercell looks like. And thank goodness, something's missing, or it would have already dropped a tornado. There is something down at the surface that is missing that it does not like. And there is some reason that it didn't fire off, because it has everything else aloft going for it for sure. So right now, the 2 tornado warnings, do we have 2 or 3? We have 2 tornado warnings that are currently in effect here. The one up here to the north we've been watching for a little while. Astro Weather Watch tornado. We already saw that. So tornado warning up here to the north that we still have a little piece of that. That's going to be moving on eastward out of Malvern, if you will. And where is this tornado exactly? It's kind of hard to see, and I don't see a really tight gate to gate anything really here at all. Is that Brett? So I texted him. Listen, I'm going to talk about it. I texted him and said, "Aren't you too far north?" I don't know. A couple hours ago, I said, "Aren't you too far north?" Nah. He's probably blaming Heath. I'm sure it's Heath's fault. So, I don't know how many of these Brett has prior. What is it? New warning? So yeah, we were talking about how the next storm would be Chickasha. So we're looking at it right now. That's going to be Chickasha all the way up to Bridge Creek, Newcastle area, Blanchard. That's the tornado warning there. Hail 2 inches in size is also possible. So pretty much what they will be looking at there all across that area there too. And then this stuff that's going on there at the moment. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. What else have we got? Tornado warnings. Still have the couple of them going on down here into Oklahoma that we were watching. Strong indication of tornadoes. We'll go to this one, the Chickasha storm that we're looking at here at the moment. Chickasha has that tornado warning that goes over to Blanchard. Again, I don't see anything that's super tightly packed there unless it's just south of Amber that they're looking at the moment. But the likelihood, again, the same thing happening. This was happening up into Moore just a few moments ago. There's some brand new lightning now that just popped up here near Moore that makes this a little bit more interesting. See the lightning strikes that are ongoing there? And those lightning strikes indicative of some energy being expelled at the moment just to the south of Valley Brook, if you will. Tinker Air Force Base is off to the north, so kind of looking at that. This is the east of Moore. I don't have anything that looks like it's going to be, there's nothing on the correlation coefficient, which obviously if it was on the ground, there's enough cameras out there at the moment that you should see. No, but you know what I have done? There was a time when Brett, what's up, Chris Lyons? There was a time when Brett was busting those things about every other day, a couple of summers ago, and I looked into a way, some companies that, you know, like sell anti-cracking windshields, like for government use that are bulletproof, that kind of thing. And it's pretty expensive, but the kid is, he goes through them. I'm telling you what, he goes through them. He hadn't been north of a situation in a long, long time, though. I would text him something right now that would be sort of smart alecky, and, but, yeah. But they still got the chopper up, and it's not as low as you think. Look, see the chopper over there? Oh, that's in Chickasha on the right. So the storm on the left is the one going over Moore, and the one on the right is in Chickasha. I'm sorry, let me have it for a second. It just, and it's like, so it's on Heath's side. So he's got to surely blame Heath for that.
Okay. Good God, man! I got hail. I mean, I got glass in my face.
Are you sure they're not going to pop
Somewhere.
south of where you're at right now?
All right, Red Oak turn's coming up. Give me 48. All right, so you already know.
You got the two tornado warnings down to the south here. Two of them that are ongoing at the killer one. Glass for my locomotives ain't cheap. They are much smaller panes. How many locomotives do you have, killer? And how do I get one? I really would like a locomotive. It's kind of like up in my bucket list. If I get a locomotive. Can't you? I can wear a conductor's hat. So a few minutes ago, I didn't tell everybody what I was doing. I don't know if you'll know, some of you know about my chicken Penny. She's pretty famous now. 4 million views on Facebook alone as of this morning. She hadn't laid an egg though since Easter. I don't know if it's some sort of religious thing, but she had boycotted, and so she hadn't laid an egg since Easter, which is actually bad for them. So I got on YouTube and I saw a couple people and what they do, and you give them a bath and you know, kind of relax them, sort of thing. So I did that, and she laid an egg, and she's very happy now. So for those that were asking on my other page about her, She's okay. Go to the radar. Look, we got two clashing boundaries here that are taking place. This one west of Bellevue. We're up here into Iowa, by the way. Western Iowa. We got two boundaries that are about to clash right here near Utan and Venice, near the Two Rivers area. So we ought to get some sort of growth. Typically what will happen is there'll be storms that'll form somewhere right in here, a little bit behind the boundary. There's 2 or 3 boundaries there, but we might get some new stuff happening right in here in the next few minutes because of those outflow boundaries out of both of these systems, especially since they're not moving very much at all. That's going to be a collision that'll take place here pretty shortly. Then down to the south, some of the other thunderstorms. Our good buddy down here down to the south that we quite often watch, Brad Arnold, who is out and about there today. We've been watching him a little bit, and he's just south of the whole situation, but he might be kind of resetting where he is there. Down to the south into Manhattan, Topeka, over to Emporia. Some more stuff happening there too, but nothing that is tornado warned. The storms, I guess, at the moment are still right here south of Oklahoma City. And 2 huge storms, really, that have taken over. The one to the north here near Moore, still kind of a wicked-looking situation here. I'm watching it both on local television, which, by the way, let me say this. If you live in Oklahoma City, if you live somewhere here near Moore, Oklahoma, I recommend you watch somebody local. I appreciate you being with us, but you should have somebody on local too. And right now we're watching KFOR here in the background, KFOR.com. So I want to make sure that you're as safe as you can be. They're showing road by road. They got a helicopter, maybe 2, up into the air, and they got several people who are on the ground who are following everything that's going on here. So it's up to the second, and while I'll be glad to talk to you about it, about what I see here, I see the same radar that they do, but I don't get to see all the other stuff, all the other bells and whistles that they have out of Norman, Oklahoma, where where they got it all. So I want you to be safe and watch your local guy right now there in the, whoever your local guy might be, in the Oklahoma City area, Norman, Oklahoma, Chickasha region, because it could be a dangerous situation that's trying to unfold there. Again, a lot of the things that a tornado would want are not really there. Something is definitely missing because they're not coming down to the ground. We've seen several wall clouds, wicked-looking wall clouds that have popped up, but not coming down to the ground just yet, which is good news. Now this storm, or the likelihood of where the tornado would be, is about 10 miles south of Tinker Air Force Base there, and just to the north of Moore, Oklahoma. But a secondary storm coming in rapidly from the south now, out of Chickasha, that's moving northeastward. It's got a little bit of lightning that just popped up with it here into this area too. So we're kind of watching out for that thing as it comes on northward and eastward. It too shows up pretty well with the terminal Doppler radar there. And then down to the south, some of the other readings that we're looking at. Bear watching. And there's your possible. Now this is a down draft. This is on this side. This is coming down, feeding down. The possible tornado would be somewhere in here. This is the down draft coming in and coming down to the ground like this. There's going to be some high wind in this area. This is where the possible tornado would be, somewhere just south and east of Moore, at least where the upper level spin is most likely going to be showing up into that area there. So kind of looking at all of it, all the different radars and that kind of thing. Doppler radar again. That tornado warning goes for another 8 minutes. It's actually kind of moving out of the polygon that they issued a little bit earlier, so you're going to have to readjust the polygon or do something because it's a little bit out of the area there. We do have a camera that goes along with Radar Omega right here out of Norman. We've been watching that as well, where it has off and on shown some of the higher winds there. This storm, secondary storm, looks like it's going to come pretty close to that camera, so we'll watch that too in the next few moments here. What is this? This is Chickasha. Now the camera out of Chickasha, the lowering, has a condensation funnel that's almost to the ground, wants to be on the ground, and a wow. Got a big old wall cloud that's just above the ground. The whole wall cloud is just above the ground. Yep. Still a little disorganized. The one they have up in the chopper at the moment, still pretty disorganized. I don't see anything there that looks like it's about to go. There's a reason they're not coming down to the ground. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. You think? Yeah, this Chickasha storm looks pretty bad at the moment. On the southwestern side, once again, you can see pretty much everything that's happening there is rotating storm. Got a little bitty hook echo there that wants to show up again with the storm. I don't see anything that's actually spinning very tightly there, though. If you look at the velocity data, in and out on that, nothing that's tightly spinning, except the whole of the storm. So the mesocyclone itself is spinning pretty well. And as you go a little bit further to the north here, terminal radar had a pretty good look at this a little bit earlier, still does, and shows, not really. It blew out on that upper side for a few minutes there. The velocity data, again, still indicates, this could be, I think that might be an old picture, 655. Nope, not that old. From a few seconds ago, 21 frames back. Let's take a look at it in motion. There it goes. There it spins. Still, we got just a real heady downdraft rear flank that's popping up here. You can see it right there. It's really diving in, digging in. Now, coming into Tinker Air Force Base here from the south side, that's going to be pretty wicked in the next few minutes. Coming in with some high wind there for sure. And, the rest of it's kind of filling in from behind. Quite a bit of lightning now beginning to show up here in both of these areas as well, coming in from the west and south. But it's the deal going on down here. We do have Jason Cooley, who is in Norman, Oklahoma. Do we have him now, you say? Oh, he's looking at that storm. Let's take a look at Jason's video. Is this it? Is this Jason's video?
Yeah, it's just spinning away. Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is in out of Norman. Yeah, this is Norman. And again, this is, the base of the clouds are a lot higher here. If you look up into it, you can see there's some rotation there, but nothing really tight. That's pretty much what it's been for the whole, throughout this whole entire time. It has pretty much been that way, that all of the rotation was pretty high in elevation. And again, I just don't see anything that's about to pop out of that anytime really soon. But quite a bit of turbulence. Look up in the upper left-hand side. You got quite a bit of turbulence going on right there. I wouldn't want to fly into that by any means. And now maybe the larger storm of the two is the secondary one that was down to the south here that was coming in out of Chickasha at the moment, where we do have some of the strongest part of that thunderstorm beginning to pop up here as well. That's going to be Chickasha over to Blanchard into that area. This is what a wicked-looking supercell thunderstorm looks like, where we've got the fingers, if you will, coming out of the northern part of it. We got a very large hail shaft there that's associated with it all as well, right here, hail shaft. And then the spin is going to be just north of Chickasha. This isn't moving very fast. I mean, I keep looking at it and thinking that I've got the same image, but Not a whole lot of movement to the northeast here like it was a little bit earlier. Stalling right about there, reinitiating sort of, I guess, if you will, just to the north of Chickasha, the town there. Right about the airport, it looks like at the moment. Do we get some? Let me see if we can get some data. How about, well, let's just do that for the moment. So we got 29 mile per hour gust, 16, 29 mile per hour gust over the past few minutes. Is 73 right now over 65 there at CHK. That's going to be the Chickasha Airport, where everything just passed over there just a few moments ago. So they got 73 over 65. And storm now beginning to ramp up and move around on the other side. Velocity data. This could be just now beginning to pop up here. I have to kind of look at that a little closer. Here's your possible tornado again. It's just south of Tinker Air Force Base. Tinker Air Force Base, 24 mile per hour gust here over the past few moments, coming in out of the south-southeast. And, ooh, that just looks ugly. What is that?
Yeah, the temperature in the inflow region of the storm is in the upper 70s,
Okay.
low 80s. Humidity is definitely juicy. The humidity.
You got Jason Cooley up into the left-hand side there. Watching the radar over here on the right, but the spin is going to be just to the south of Tinker Air Force Base that we currently have. The rotating part of this storm. Broad rotation. Again, nothing super tight that I think is going to happen super quickly anyway. Inflow, you can see it right here, coming in as southeasterly wind here at the moment up at Tinker. Which just makes common sense. Again, looking at the Norman, Oklahoma camera right here, we got some winds. There's your cloud base, 75 over 64 there at the moment, just outside of the city. And I think, again, maybe the bigger storm of the moment is going to be just north of Chickasha that we're looking at here. Velocity data indicating some spin, some rotation that's ongoing there at the moment that we'll be paying attention to. Terminal radar. Sometimes terminal radar has a little bit better look. Let's see, short range. Let's go long range reflectivity. That's not any better. And pretty much what you got there is the two storms that are headed on out. Let's see, do we have anything still to the north as far as the tornado warning goes? They let all of those go. And there's, let's see, there's 5 or 6. There's how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4 people up here. And I think they are all looking at Brett's windshield. It was weird. So there's still the possibility of strong storms up there as well that we're kind of looking at too up into that area. Have been for a while. Some of the strong thunderstorms that we were watching up there still passing onto the southeast. These didn't fire until just a little while ago, by the way, but you know, still a few of them that have popped up there into that region. Down to the south here, let's see what our buddy's got. Brad Arnold, he's following these storms that are right there. The central part of just the state line there at the moment. Cloud cover associated with but Brad Arnold is right there near Hamburg and right on the state line there, almost the tri-state area, if you will, on the Mississippi River, as it all comes south through there out of Iowa down to Falls City and Seneca throughout that area there too. Then down to Osage, Emporia, and throughout the rest of this area. Some of the stronger thunderstorms. Say what? Yeah, go back to it full screen if you want to. Jason, this is Jason Cooley and his camera. He's still watching the upper level motion. You can see, if you look down at the bottom of the screen, you can see hail. That teal color that you see, that is oftentimes the color that you'll get from the refraction of light into a hail. Yeah, that whole thing. It should be, I can't draw it on there, but he is driving into hail. All of that teal coloring that you see right there. So he's driving amongst it there, but going to be coming into, look at all those birds flying through. What's that? Is that birds? That wasn't birds. That was, what was that? There was some stuff in front of his camera there. I don't know what that was. Or something flying around. It looked weird. he'd have been closer, I'd have said debris, debris. New tornado warning. That's going to be just following this whole thing to the east now. This is the storm down in Valley Brook, Midwest City. That area where they get just following the storm down east of Oklahoma City along 240 east of 35 and 240 coming into I-40 on the western side, but just south and east of Oklahoma City. Golf ball size hail being reported there as well. They're saying this thing could, let's see, what is that? New tornado warning now into Iowa as well. This is going to be a radar indicated tornado warning. And there is a 2-inch hail there near the town of Elliott being reported also. So some fairly large hail across that area that's popping up. And we knew that was going to be the case because I saw Brett's windshield a few moments ago. So here's what we have at the moment. We have 3 tornado warnings. We got the one up here that is just south of Brett. That's near Griswold and Lewis, moving northeastward. Tornado warning right there that is showing up for the next 40 minutes. We are told from the National Weather Service office there out of Omaha. It's going to be Montgomery and Pottawatomie County. Montgomery and Pottawatomie counties goes until 7:45. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter possible there across that region. And throughout the rest of the area. Another storm. This is the one that we're looking at down to the south. A little stray. Brad on. We've been watching about Brad following this storm for a while. Off in the distance, you can see it kind of looking here. And there are all the thunderstorms have been popping up across the area there that we'll be following down to the south here near Pawnee and Humboldt. Axtell is also included. Going into Council Grove and beyond. And then our tornado warnings, you have 2 of them down to the south here. One with the initial warning that we had that was coming out of Moore, Oklahoma a few moments ago. Wrapping up a little tighter here, you can see, and it's all over Tinker Air Force Base here at the moment. Out of the south-southeast, a wind gusting to 30 miles per hour. This is Tinker Air Force Base, where they are reporting a thunderstorm. Dew points at 64 now. It's 70 over 64. There's some spin, some rotation trying to show up here once again. Just to the south of the airport, the Air Force Base, excuse me, and following that pretty closely now, and I can see actually into some of the cameras and the live cameras that they have up there in Oklahoma City. I'm watching those on the other screen here at the moment. I can tell you there's still a pretty good lowering going on there, and then you have this little gusty area coming in from the south. He's looking at a terminal radar there at the moment. From the west. I know what he's looking at. And then you got to follow this thing down near Blanchard that we're looking at because there's a little rotation that started to pop up with that thing too, right down here down to the south near Middleburg. This kind of looks like it's initiating something. This Chickasha storm looks like it's trying to form something here down to the south. So looking at that pretty closely. And we'll do that. These go till 7:45. I think both of these tornado warnings do at the moment. So a lot of activity going on here. 2 supercell thunderstorms watched very closely coming in from the west. Southwest moving to the northeast. I think they're saying these are moving at about, now at about 20 miles per hour. Tennis ball size hail being reported out of that thing just a few moments ago too. So very active storms. Fairly large hail. It's large enough to crack your windshield, that's for sure. So there you go, Midwest City, back over to Woods and Choctaw into that area. They're still looking at the likelihood of some of these strong storms that we've been following there through the day today. Tinker Air Force Base, though, right now, I'd say if there's going to be a tornado warning, it's going to be pretty close to Tinker Air Force Base, coming in on that western side there and moving north and eastward. There, I'm watching a camera from near Tinker Air Force Base. I'm also watching another camera with lowering, where we still have a lowering coming in from the western side. This is going to be just in between Moore, Midwest City to Choctaw to Hara and Spencer, or down to the south near Blanchard. We're including Blanchard into this Middleburg area there near Tabler, and headed north and east across all of this area there. We do have some of the other thunderstorms that we're watching there as well. A lot of these are going to continue to bring us all of this. Oh, somebody saw a UAP swarm. Was that what it was? A UAP swarm? I don't know what that was. I thought it was birds for a minute, but I want to go back and watch that. Oh. Oh, did you have to do that? I didn't see that. I didn't see why. No, there is no live from the A team. The A team has. I don't know what the A team. I really don't know what the A team is doing. We haven't heard from the A team. They said they were going to join up with us about an hour ago and broke a windshield. And I don't think there was anybody injured. Yes, when they all kind of get together like that, it makes me think that might be the case too. Everybody's in the same spot. And I don't know what that little building is right there, but if they sell any kind of food at all, I know who's there. Boy, that's pretty, isn't it? Anyways, here we go. Let me put this. I need a second. I'm going to leave that there for just a second. Put it in motion. And I'll be right back. All right. So, the observed tornado warning that we have a little bit further to the north now, still watching that. I don't see it. I haven't seen the best video of it coming in just yet, but this was observed a few moments ago by someone. Golf ball size hail was reported with this, and as I said just a second ago, it was near Tinker Air Force Base, moving northeast at about 15 miles per hour, but strong thunderstorm there nonetheless. This is the original storm that we were watching everything else come out of. Velocity data there. Again, I don't see any video of it at the moment, of it on the ground, but we did have a signature there a few moments ago, and there was what we refer to as a correlation coefficient, sort of a region there where we did have some debris that looked like it was aloft there for a few minutes. So they're still watching out for that storm. It's been punching northward there pretty well, inbound and outbound, not as tightly packed as it was maybe just a few moments ago, but just to the south of Choctaw. And now a few miles north and east, it looks like, of Tinker Air Force Base that we are still looking at, just down through that area there. Then down to the south, the other storm that we have, this one still looks pretty interesting here near Blanchard. Once again, near Blanchard. Here's your dry air coming in on the south side of this, creating what we call a beware or a bounded weak echo region just off to the north of there. You can see it right there in the region south of Blanchard. The high-res reflectivity velocity data still has the same, but the spin, the rotation is right there near the town of Blanchard at the moment, as it is still rotating and moving on eastward, northeastward. So kind of looking out for that there as well, as it all comes across that area there too. This is something that could pop. I don't see, I know we had a tornado confirmed on the ground there for a few minutes, but I don't see it any longer. I'm still watching some of the video from people who are out there. I think you know what he's talking about. So I just got a text from Brett. He says, gosh darn it. I think he means his windshield was broken. Gosh darn it. Yeah, he did. He said, it was, yeah, gosh darn it. But anyway, he's still up there into that area, and we probably, we're going to try. We're still efforting speaking to Brett Adair, the A-team. I like that. I don't know who named him the A-team, but he's still up there, and that's where we do have, let's see, we had a Macedonia, Pottawatomie County. There was a public tornado report there. That's all it says. It's a little weird. I still see that, let's see. Here is Brett. We're watching his camera here, and I guess the storm's...
I see it. I just don't see this wrong.
Sorry, it's not funny.
It's just not somewhere because I gotta get some service somewhere.
Well, if I look at it, I can't do this.
That's funky.
Well, we're frozen anyway. Take my iPad off for just a second. Thank you. When was this? Yeah, when was this? I'll pull it up. You can pull it up. Pull it up on my pad here. Brett just sent me this just a few moments ago, and I think this is going to be just to the north of him. He is south because he's not in rain at the moment. I don't know if that's hail on the ground. I don't know. I know he was in hail a little bit earlier. And I know that because his windshield is cracked. But there was a tornado off into the distance, and I don't know if he's able to be mobile here at the moment. But that is a tornado there in the southwestern Iowa that we were looking at just a few moments ago from meteorologist Brett Adair. He was watching that storm. We were watching it with him not that long ago. Got a bad word there. And again, he's right here into the mix of where everything is still ongoing here at the moment. There is still the likelihood of a possible tornado up into this area. There it is near Griswold, and still moving northeast out of Lewis and Atlantic. Red is down here to the south a little bit, kind of in and around that region there. There's quite a few supercell thunderstorms there, too. There are 3 of them, 1, 2, 3, you can see lined up here from Shelby back over to Avocado to Oakland and down to Bellevue throughout that area there. 3 supercells there. Another one up here that we're looking at that's near the town of Griswold. It looks like that's going to be one of the storms that, has the potential to produce another tornado. Down to the south, we have a couple of more tornado areas here that we'll be looking at. We got our buddy Brad. Brad is watching these storms. Brad Arnold's watching these storms down there, and we'll check in with him from time to time to see what he has. But right now, that's going to be a hailer just south of Nebraska City, over to Sidney, into the Farragut area there in Shenandoah. And then down to the south here, we still have a tornado warning right here just to the west of Falls City. That's going to be a tornado warned storm right there. That one's going to last for, I don't know, it's got 30 more minutes on it. It looks like Richardson, Pawnee County there. Goes until 8 o'clock tonight for Richardson and Pawnee County. That one's going to be a pretty big thunderstorm there down to the south, but it's also going to be producing some of the higher winds that are gusting out ahead of this thing, and the large hail that's popping up from time to time. The large hail that we're looking at, some of the hail has been as large as tennis balls being reported from time to time there into both of those areas. Topeka down to the south, another thunderstorm here that we're looking at. That's a pretty wicked one near Florence, Cedar Point, Clements into the Marion area and Peabody. That'll be moving northeastward toward Emporia over the next 30 minutes, and Wichita's down to the south. And the other thunderstorms that been watching very closely are 2 that are kind of really slowly moving here. I've been watching these for a while. If anything, they're moving at about 20 miles per hour, but it's really tough. And kind of like, the big deal overall here has been how much rain is falling here, as well as the possibility of tornadoes from time to time. So kind of watching out for that. And there you can see, expires in 20 minutes. Tornado warning here down to the south. The likely tornado is still occurring within this cell. There it is right there south of Blanchard, it looks like, where we had the possibility of a tornado there. The secondary one up to the north, I don't see anything that looks like it's much of anything anymore. There's still some rotation, but it's right about there near Choctaw and Woods, outside of Hera, and moving northeastward. The National Weather Service still continues. This is a tornado warning for the next 14 minutes. They're into the area. The update just coming out just moments ago says it goes till 7:45. So a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So it is now a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and seeing some fairly large hail showing up from time to time in that situation there too. But maybe the storm of the moment is going to be down to the south, the one here near Blanchard. This is a tornado warning storm for the next 30 minutes. The National Weather Service has this in Cleveland, Grady, McLean counties. Cleveland, Grady, McLean counties. A possible tornado, hail up to 2 inches in diameter. And the rotation with this storm is a little bit further south. Somewhere right in there is going to be your possible tornado, it looks like. Moving northeastward, we had another spin near Blanchard a few moments ago, and still kind of do. But I think the overall area sentiment is going to be right down here. From Cole back to the west is the possibility that seems more likely. There's your dry air coming into this thing. Here's everything that's sliding eastward. Yeah, so you can see it unfolding here as we look at it this way. Let me see if I can show you something different. Let's see. There's a tornado. Now I think we got a tornado forming here, right near Cole. So it's just kind of popped up into the area. Is that Michael's video? Is that live? Our buddy Michael Beard, I don't know where he is, but Michael is out doing his thing today. He's got hail falling. Looks like I don't know, ping pong ball size hail. He's got a basketball go off into the background there just in case. That's some pretty large hail there falling. Michael Beard. He's always a great help to us when we have storms moving throughout this area. Michael's always helped us out with some of his commentary and what he knows about the situation, but quite a bit of hail falling there. The initial hailstones, anyway, look like they're going to be somewhere around Ping Pong. Maybe. Very difficult to tell. Looking at some of the gravel on the road there. That's ugly. Very difficult to tell. I mean, you can see it from a distance there. So I don't know if it really matters how large it is. It's large enough to be dangerous. I know that, especially if you're driving along and in it. And watch when it hits like some water. When it's a puddle of water, it makes a big old splash. So it's pretty heavy. Pretty large hail coming down there into the area. Zoom on in to get a little bit better perspective of what it is. And I'm sure some of it, I see a few of them out there that are a little larger than ping pong, possibly. When they bounce like that, you know, they're pretty heavy, especially when they're hitting the grass. They're bouncing like that. They're hitting the grass. So they did just reissue this. This is the storm that is south of Blanchard again. This is a new tornado warning. And it should have been. So we got 3 polygons here, but there's really one that's predominant. This is a tornado forming right now. Go back to the, if you don't mind, go back and let me see the stuff from Norman, the video. I believe we've got a new tornado that is now on the ground right here near Cole, and there's correlation coefficient to back it up. This is debris that just popped up. This right here is debris showing up in the correlation coefficient. And so that is definitely telling us that we have a tornado now that is probably on the ground here again near the town of Cole. Blanchard, you can see this is just south of Norman, Oklahoma. The likelihood of a tornado really now beginning to show up very well here. Let's see. Right about there near Cole, and it's going to be moving northward and eastward. Wicked looking storm there at the moment. The one up here near Choctaw, not what it was a little bit earlier. Still the possibility of a tornado popping out of that, but here's your dominant storm. This is the one that has a likely tornado associated with it, maybe even 2. There's a brightening right there that shows up just to the north of where this rotation is, but this is for sure a tornado. Now down to the south, it's moving into Cole, coming in from the southwest. I'd certainly be in a safe place immediately here near the town of Cole if I could be. I see somebody down near Dibble, but that's too far away. That is a tornado warning right there. This is a tornado, and it's going to be coming in near the town of Cole in the next few moments here. Still believe that we've got some sort of debris aloft right here, just to the southwest of the town of Cole. And again, that's fairly new. It's going to be moving just south of Norman, Oklahoma. Going to be moving to the east at about 20 miles per hour. Trying to take in all this information all at the same time here, but I believe right now what we've got is this Cole tornado warning. Just south and west of Goolsby and Cole. Reflectivity doesn't exactly match up very well, but trying to. That's the terminal radar, and it doesn't like any of that. It's thinking that this is a tornado here, too. Right about there, I think. just west of Cole, the town of Cole, and coming on into that region there. I see a couple of people who are efforting getting close to that. Now that's going to be coming in just south of the University of Oklahoma, I think, if it continues that motion eastward. They're kind of drawing a due east motion out of all this at the moment. Go in motion here if we can. Probably not going to do it. Yeah, it looks like a decent sized tornado to me now. There's some strong inbound and outbound now inside of that. Let's see what we got here. I got 105 negative, 67. There's like 200 miles an hour of shear. We call this net shear, inbound and outbound added together. So that's some really high returns coming back as a 107.3 at the moment, 107.3. Now this looks like it could be a large tornado. There's your correlation coefficient, which again tells us about an anomaly that's taking place. And I think that's the anomaly is going to be debris. I think this is debris right here. This is the anomaly. This is what the radar sees and says that's not rain. The rest of this all looks like rain to the radar. The radar thinks that this is all this other crap is rain here. And again, you have to sort of look at it and know what you're looking at, sort of figure it out. There's a little bit of motion to this stuff right there, but that makes me think, well, that helps me to know that this is all going to be some sort of debris that is aloft. And that tells me that the storm is on the ground at the moment. So, not good. Now an observed tornado. On this motion now, what are we looking at here? On this motion, what would we have? Moving to the east at 30. So if you had this motion continuing, let's just move it out to there. You got Cole, Goldsby, Noble, about 25 minutes before coming into Noble. McGuire in about 33 minutes. Some of the estimated times, if you will, of arrival here for this situation is going to be pretty much that right there that you do see. And again, a likely tornado is now on the ground. This goes until 8 o'clock tonight. This tornado warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation here at the moment. A damaging tornado. They're now reporting 15 schools are in the path of this. About 18,000 people. As far as if you just believe in the consensus of what we have there at the moment, and a likely a tornado now on the ground just to the east of Cole, it looks like, or right on top of Cole, actually, is what I'm thinking, and coming on eastward at the moment. And some pretty big area there that we were following, that we were watching. The velocity data again indicates strong inbound and outbound. What is wild is with all the cameras that they have around there into the area, I don't see one. I'm watching some of the local television there, but I don't see a whole lot differently. I don't know. I haven't heard from him in a while. So once again, this is going just to the south of Goolsby. It's out of Blanchard now, but likely a positive reason to believe this is a tornado here at the moment that is likely on the ground here. We do have some sort of again, let me just sort of explain what you see. It looks like a bunch of googly garb. That's not a word, but this is what the radar beam sees, and it says all this red stuff, all this other crap here. This is all rainfall. This is everything that's outside of this anomaly is rain, or it's the same size and the same density. And so it kind of draws it in as the same thing. But the anomaly, what looks different to this is this area right here. This is the anomaly, the blue color that you see. This is what's different. So the radar beam then, it knows it's looking at something that is different. And so at this point, we believe that this is going to be, the difference is going to be the density and the size of whatever is showing up here. And that is at this time, it is a situation believing that we've got debris, that this is something that is aloft, that is probably, it's super rain wrapped. That's probably why we don't see it. And I've been watching some of the other areas here showing, you know, pretty much what we've got. And it's a rain wrapped situation. So it's not exactly a tornado, I think, that we could see from a distance. It's inside of this whole deal here. Again, the B where the area of right there is feeding in, and then it's rotating around kind of like that. As you see it here, and good deal. So tell me when. Didn't lose. I hear Brett. We're going to effort speaking to Brett here in just a couple of seconds. He's a little bit further north of this whole situation that we're talking about down here in Norman, but he probably has some insight as to what's happening there as well. But we'll be checking in with him here in just a second or two and taking a look at what's happened. Right now, the storm of the moment is an observed tornado coming into the southwestern side of Norman, Oklahoma, near the town of Goolsby. Tornado possibly likely on the ground here. It is rain wrapped, and now it looks even more wicked at the moment. As you can see, there's inbound, strong inbound, outbound associated with it there. We had about 200 miles per hour in net shear showing up with that thing coming on to the east. There is in dual pole, we have a correlation coefficient that pops up there as well that's riding along this whole system too, from west to east. So kind of looking at that, watching what's happening across this whole area there, going into the next little while. But right now, a tornado is on the ground in cold Goolsby area and coming on northward and eastward as we speak. And I hope you're in a safe place immediately here. I hear you, B. Brandon? We lost Brandon for a second, to be quite honest with you. I think he's going to sign back in here as well. He's remotely. We lost him for just a second. But you can talk to me right now, and I think everybody can hear you. Tell us about where you are and your situation up there. Oh, he said you're not in the thing yet. Oh, yeah, but hold on for a second. He's seconds away from pulling you into the OBS here. Give us just a sec. I don't know. Yes, by the way, we have seen your windshield. We kind of saw that happen from the beginning. And I'm not going to say I told you so. Well, I didn't know what you were doing. I knew you were north of everything, and I wondered why you were, you'd set up so far to the north there. But you could, you knew what you were doing, so you got what you wanted. I saw the tornado that you had. Hold on. We lost you for a sec. Maybe more than a sec. Oh my God. Brett, you back? Well, he just talked. I see him. I don't know. I see him talking, but I don't hear him anymore. He's still talking, but we don't hear him. Hold on a sec, Brett. There's a lot of stuff going on. Yes.
All right. We might need to jump down and worry about that tornado. Just jump there and talk about that. That cold tornado is a very deadly situation. I got imagery coming in from some of my guys. Very violent tornado there near Cole now. Yeah, it's got a lot of debris. It's shooting delta V's of 188 knots on that cold tornado that's moving toward the interstate, moving toward a very populated area there in Goldsby, just south of Moore. Was worried about that being a potential problem, and opted for the northern target of a more guarantee of storms just because the question was, does the cap break down across Oklahoma? And as you can see, that has happened. Unfortunately, we got supercell thunderstorms with significant tornadoes now that are ongoing just south of Oklahoma City there. I've got imagery here along that corridor there. David, highway that runs right through the community of Cole that moves toward 35. So I don't give wrong information here.
Yeah, hold on. Any highway there at the moment.
All right, hold on. I'll take a look here on
You
my
might
side
have to
and
take
see
a
what I
look.
can find too. That's okay. Just 1 second, because I'm more concerned with that particular information right now than I am what.
Yeah, we've been following this for a while. I mean, that was we've kind of been on this storm the whole time, to be honest with you, because we saw it coming in. There were two storms, two cells, one that went just south of. So Brett's not in the greatest area, by the way, but. Hey, B. Yeah. Yeah, he'll pop in and out with us as he gets a little bit more information. Again, if you've been with me at all through the afternoon, you know that we've been following this Oklahoma City thing here pretty close, the Norman area here. And the second storm, this was our second storm that we were talking about the whole time today that was coming out of Chickasha, and following this thing, this has been a very dominant storm. Large tornado that we feel like is on the ground now here. We've had strong inbound and outbound. There's the situation 749. We're doing an update here. This is now just to the east of Cole, it looks like, but it's going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be so rain wrapped, you're not really going to be able to see it that well. I'm actually watching a video of a storm chaser who is on this thing, and he's on a dirt road, and he's got like a wicked looking dust devil on the dirt road that's several miles away from the actual tornado, but you can see it off into the distance. It's very rain wrapped at the moment. It's coming into the Goldsby area here, and I'm going to again tell you what I told you a few moments ago, or what I've been telling you all day today, is that if you live in and around Norman, Oklahoma, in central Oklahoma, I hope you're watching your local affiliate there. We're watching KFOR.com. KFOR.com. We're watching them as well. I would want you to make sure that you are doing the same thing if you live locally there, because they've got so many different sides of this thing, so many different pictures of it to know exactly where it is. But if I lived, or my family, if I lived anywhere here from Cole to Goldsby to Noble, anywhere in this area, south of University of Oklahoma, but not by much, south of the University of Oklahoma. There's the new scan that just came in again. This appears to be a large tornado headed off to the east. And it's going to be coming into that area just south of Goldsby. Now, some of these smaller towns, this is going to be the Paradise Haven Airport. Several airports around here, by the way. There's the Haven Airport, the Wyatt Airport are all included here as well. And this is an observed tornado now coming in from the western side, Goldsby, throughout this area here. It is a fairly large tornado. We think the inbound and the outbound has been quite large with this, but media now is reporting this as a tornado that is on the ground. The likelihood of a strong tornado here. Correlation coefficient, again, we saw that thing. Look at that helicopter. Well, you can't see that helicopter, but an unbelievable sight from a helicopter that I'm watching that's shaking back and forth. Got to have some really high winds that are coming into this thing, but nonetheless, the likelihood of a tornado, a strong tornado, is now approaching the Goldsby area from the southwest. It's a huge supercell thunderstorm. It really took over. It was the dominant thunderstorm. There were about 6 or 7 of them that were there. One became more dominant than all the rest, and it was the one that was southernmost at that point. But nonetheless, producing a likely tornado now. Wow. This is a rain-wrapped tornado. I mean, I'm looking at it from a helicopter view and from several people who are in and around the thing. We've been watching it from everybody, but there isn't a good look at this thing from the ground. It is totally rain-wrapped, wrapped around a bunch of stuff, and we're not really seeing it at all at this point. I'm still watching one of the cameras there into the area that's not even loading, but nonetheless, the likelihood of a large tornado coming into the Goldsby area down from the south and moving into Noble. There's some large hail involved with this as well. Large hail being reported here off and on. You can see it. Hail shows up in a little different product. It's called vertically integrated liquid. This is it. And where you see this bullseye area, that's going to be where we have large hail being reported, which is not a small area. This is a large area. Slaughtersville, all the way back to the west over to Goldsby and Noble. And new tornado warning now. So this is brand new information out of Norman. They're saying central Cleveland County, central McLean County, tornado warning confirmed. Large dangerous tornado near Cole. It's actually east of Cole now. It's moving east at about 15. A PDS. And the thing here that is important at this point is 15 miles per hour is so slow. It is so slow. So this is a big deal here going from west to east here coming in across this system. The reflectivity here is still pretty much what you see is what you get here from Goldsby over to Noble into Slaughtersville and McGuire, south and west to the east. It's actually away from Cole. So if you got information that the tornado's in Cole, that's late. We want to stay up to date. And so this is all moving further to the east. Goldsby to Noble, McGuire, Slaughterville, into that region, Washington, all of that still looking likely here, and into even Etowah and Denver. You're going to be, coming into this as well from the west. The other storm to the north here, the Kickapoo Nation storm up near Rossville, that's had some rotation over the last few minutes, but our more dominant storm certainly is the one down to the south here that we have. Still kicking a few more down to the south too, coming across the Red River at the moment. But by far, this one is it. High-res reflectivity has a bead on it. We've got it on velocity data. There it is. I mean, it shows up super well. It is just to the west of Goldsby now. And actually, we said it was going to be south. They were thinking a little bit more of an easterly motion. Well, it's not due east anymore. Now it made a little swirl, if you can see, coming around the mezzo, and now it's coming back up to the north. And now I would say more likely the University of Oklahoma is looking more like, if you pivot this, if you keep pivoting it and you look at it, looks like this is making a bead for the University of Oklahoma now. I don't think it's going to be just south of there. I think it's going to be getting closer to the University of Oklahoma. We got all these polygons here. I wish we could get rid of these. The only one that is showing good information to me is this one off to the north here. And let me just draw you a line to where is most likely now for this tornado to go. I think we're moving more like a northeastward track here. Instead of due east, I think it's a little bit north of east. And I would expect this to be getting close to the University of Oklahoma in about 15 minutes now, coming in from the southwest. A very dangerous situation now unfolding with this storm. Totally rain wrapped. You cannot, I've not seen a single thing that would make me think you could, that you could see this thing from a distance. I just don't think that's going to be the case. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at everything I can see here at the moment. Looks pretty wicked. What is that? Now this is different. Now they're calling for a northerly motion. So they did go ahead and drop all that other stuff. Now they're calling for a northerly motion. I knew it was moving more northeast than. See, it's coming around the backside of the whole mezzo, and now it's wrapping around it, and it's going to take, it's gone left for sure. And so you get rid of this polygon, this second polygon down to the bottom side. And now I think this thing could even move to the west of the university and come more toward Norman. This is getting close to being a tornado emergency criteria here, especially with what we have going on here at the moment. Again, I'm looking at this from so many different perspectives here, but if I lived in Norman, if I lived, you know, right up here near Norman or even more still, I'd suggest you be watching your local affiliate there. Someone like, we're watching KFOR at the moment, watching them, and, you know, also trying to help. Now, let me see here. What's going on here? It's not impossible. See, I know. Here's what's happening. It's not impossible. I think this is another situation here where we're trying to pick out another tornado down to the south. I think we have two of them now that are rotating around this whole mess. Let's see what they're saying. This is a second tornado, radar indicated, a second tornado within that whole mess now that is possible. And so if you look at it here, we've got, I think we have two tornadoes. Middle polygon needs to go, but we got two tornadoes now involved with this. There's one that's trying to form right here. Are they saying that's observed? This right here is a tornado, and this right here is a tornado. This one moving north toward Norman. This one is going to be pushed out a little bit further on to the east. What a complex situation that's ongoing here now, by the way, with two tornadoes likely showing up, firming up here and beginning to show up a little bit better on the radar imagery. The let me back this up just a little bit and take a look at what's happened. We split this thing. There was a large tornado there for a second that seems to have lifted a little bit near Goldsby, the one that went through Cole. We know we had a tornado on the ground in Cole not long ago. Well, that tornado split off to the north. Now we have what looks to be a secondary storm down here near Washington that's trying to take shape. Maybe a second tornado forming. Hard to say where it came from, but this is tornado number 2. This was our original tornado number 1 that is up here now with not the same kind of signature that it had a few moments ago. Maybe that's a sign that it lifted. We still have gate-to-gate shear. This is what we call gate-to-gate, pixel-to-pixel, gate-to-gate shear, which means there's still a very tight rotation that's ongoing right about there, just to the northwest of Goldsby. It's not what that was a little while ago when we had 200 miles per hour in net shear. It's not that anymore. It is, moreover, you know, pretty much just the opposite. And now this tornado warning down to the south, yes, it's a tornado warning. I think it's getting its whole deal together, but there's still this area in between where pixel to pixel won't have a tightly packed storm just yet. It looks moreover like it's rotating like this, like it's spinning like this, and not so much in the other direction. But that is the likelihood of another tornado there that's just occurred over the last 15, 20 minutes coming off of that original one. So we have possibly 2 tornadoes ongoing here at the moment, right there, just south of Norman, Oklahoma. 2 possible tornadoes. One that was observed and on the ground that was causing damage. We've already seen the damage. I've seen it off and on several times. And then we have a few other storms. We have a new tornado warning off to the north, by the way, just moments ago up into Iowa that was issued. This is going to be for storm up here. I think it's going to be just to the west of Wall Lake, just to the west of Lake City, though. So that is a brand new tornado warning here for the next few moments. That's going to be for Chiron, the Boyer River area. I don't have, there's a look at it on the radar. It's kind of pretty far away from the radar. But that is a likely tornado. Now it is a tornado warning that is occurring there near Lake View and Wall Lake, moving northeastward. The only tornado warning that we have up there now, Nebraska City, we do have a tornado warning, and we have a guy there too. This is a radar indicated tornado, and we have Brad Arnold, who is there on the storm. He's actually pretty close, by the way, to what we believe is the tornado. Check out his imagery here. I can just show it to you. It's very dark, and it is 8:05, so it's starting to get dark, but there is a possible tornado there just off on the right hand side of his screen. A possible tornado beginning to show up there, and now you're going to see it a little bit better. Now watch what happens into the lightning. Every time you see a lightning strike, this will be lit up just like it was, you know, more or less a photograph. And now he's just about to get out of the trees, and you should see it for what it is. And there is the possible tornado. Watch the next lightning strike. You ought to see whether or not this thing is on the ground. I see the base of the cloud, and again, just a lightning strike. You can pick it up here right about now. So there's the lowering that goes down off into the distance here on the right-hand side of his screen. There's the lowering. I see what looks like somewhat of a condensation funnel right in the middle of the meso, right in the middle of the wall cloud, if you will. And I see something that looks like it might be dangling there. A little bit better image right about now. The next lightning strike we get there should help us out just a little bit with some more visualization of what is happening. Again, this is Brad Arnold. Brad is watching this storm from afar. And again, trying to get a little bit more information as to what we're seeing. He's down a little slope here for just a second, but should pop back up here in a second or two with some more information. But that is a possible tornado there as well. Kansas, we also have the tornado warning. I guess this is this one. Now this is further back to the west. A tornado, apple-sized hail falling here near Cottonwood Falls and Clements. So that's a tornado warning there as well. It is going to be just off to the east of Cedar Point. It looks like a tornado warning till 8:45 tonight. Tornado warning storm there into Kansas. We'll look at that in just a couple of seconds. But right now, there's Brad Arnold. So pretty much watching out for that. And he's getting a better idea of what's happening there, too. But that's Nebraska City. Tornado warning there in Nebraska City from a storm that we've been looking at for a while, coming in from the south and to the west. This is Emporia. That's the tornado warning down to the south here. The Emporia tornado warned storm. Right there it is. Coming in Clement, Cedar Point, Cotton Falls. A tornado warning that lasts here for 36 more minutes. Some large hail. They're reporting it the size of apples popping up there, too. And our 2 storms also at the moment that we're still following. These have been around for a long, long time. We've been talking about these because they're only moving at about 15 miles per hour, according to the National Weather Service office. Some weird motions here. I know we've got polygons going all over the place. This storm, mentioned a few moments ago, that looked like it was going to go west of the University of Oklahoma. Boy, has it ever made a turn to the left now. It's been coming around the backside of the mesocyclone, turned to the left. There's the possible tornado associated with it still. And I say possible tornado. I don't have confirmation of it being on the ground anymore, although you can take the correlation coefficient, put that into motion. Some of that, I think, is hail contamination there on the left-hand side. What do we have? Wow. Well, they just keep throwing out these tornado warnings in different directions. So now there's another tornado warning. Same thing, just a little bit different direction here. They're pushing it north of Goldsby. But just south of Norman, Oklahoma, the tornado warning is now out that far. It's radar indicated golf ball size hail being reported within the storm. So the new tornado warning now goes into Oklahoma. University of Oklahoma, you're included in the tornado warning. Goes for 37 more minutes there from the National Weather Service office. Velocity data indicates to us, well, I don't really know what the velocity data is. I don't see what they're basing that on. That terminal radar, which doesn't have the same resolution. You got Slaughterville. Yeah. Wonder why. We do have damage. I'm looking at damage. Michael Beard, one of our guys there in Blanchard, Oklahoma, is showing damage at the moment. You could flip that around. If you brought it over here, you can turn it really quick. If you go to transform and do a, I think we can show you in just a few minutes, quite a bit of damage down there in Blanchard, which was just to the west. That's the, I mean, we just had a weird situation taking place, unfolding here through the day today. For the last couple of hours now, we've had within, 45 miles of Norman, Oklahoma, we've had tornadoes that have, kind of gone up and back down again, but they've been in the same area for quite some time here. And Blanchard, we had a tornado there that was on the ground, and that's still in McLean County, where we were watching that whole situation. Now we're still watching this thing with maybe a couple of tornadoes involved in this storm, one down near Slaughterville, another one trying to form near Goldsby up into this area. Strong indications of spin and rotation up here. I think the more, this thing right here, do you see, for me personally, when I look at something like this, the tighter the gate-to-gate shear is, the more concerned I get. I know this isn't much. This isn't what you would call, high gate-to-gate shear. There's a negative 62 right there at the moment. And then you got positive 20, 30 over here. So you still got 80 to 90 miles per hour of what we call net shear. And this is an area here that certainly, I think if we got new development that would be taking place, it would be right about there. That's going to be west of Slaughterville, south of Noble. And so the thinking is that is the tornado. So that would be just off to the south there. And then the other areas are off to the north here. North of Goldsby, over to the University of Oklahoma. Down to the south, the spin, the rotation that was with our first storm that was down near Cole. This thing jetted off to the north. It was weird. Went quickly off to the north here. And watch that thing separate and then go back to the west. Talking about a left-turning storm. That one went way left very fast. And then the other part of it, secondary part of it, down here as well. Now I can show you from, this is Michael Beard. He took some video from Blanchard. This may be live at the moment. If not, it was just a few moments ago, and this was some of the damage there. This looks like a farm. I see a tractor off into the distance there with a bush hog on the back of it. It's could be a farm. I think it's an aluminum building. That came down there in Blanchard, Oklahoma, not that long ago, and he had some large hail that he was showing a little bit earlier as well. Michael's the one that had the hail that was almost covering the roadway there a little bit earlier, so it was pretty big stuff when it was coming down there. And then he followed the storm up to where it looks like there was some wind damage. There's tornado damage, quite likely. I don't call that from here, but I know we did have a tornado likely somewhere there into that area. When it all took place a little bit earlier. So kind of watching out for all of that too. And now watch this storm down to the south. This is going to be the storm of the moment here, this Slaughterville Noble storm. Now we got some of these inbound and outbounds that are ramping up. Look at this last image here where I think we got, what's that going to be, a 70? I think that yellow there is 70. So we're getting some more spin. This looks like the genesis of something bigger. This is sort of the way they take shape. This is the genesis of what I think is about to be the bigger storm, the more dominant storm here at the moment, trying to wrap up right there near Slaughterville. You can see the inbound and the outbound. You got dry air coming in, wrapping around this thing. Here's your air coming in, wrapping around, and now we're going to see, I think, a tornado really trying to pick up right about there. So there is some new information here from Slaughterville. Radar indicated tornado again. This is going to be just to the east of I-35. It's Highway 77, US 77 coming out of Noble that goes down to Purcell. That is where the likely tornado is, and I think this is going to be the storm of the moment. This is going to be the one that we'll be watching very, very closely. Not to say the other two don't need to be, but they did drop the one to the north just now. They dropped both of those. So no longer are there tornado warnings headed into the University of Oklahoma. I think we're looking at the more dominant situation now down to the south here near Slaughterville and Noble. And the likelihood of a tornado is still involved with both of these situations there. This one seems to be getting a little bit tighter here over the last few minutes. And very likely going to be producing a tornado, I think, within the next few minutes here. I'm anxiously awaiting the next scan to see what actually happens, but the possibility of a tornado certainly lies in this area, and the spin, the rotation there shows up very, very well, both in reflectivity and in the velocity data itself. Got a core there that's starting to wind up, going inbound and outbound away from the radar. The radar is up in Norman, Oklahoma here, actually just east of Moore. And the possibility of a tornado is going to be just off to the south there in Slaughterville. We still have 4 alerts, 4 tornado warnings here at the moment. A couple of them up into Iowa. We still have McLean, Oklahoma. It's Fremont, Iowa. You're underneath a tornado warning up there. Crawford, Iowa is still underneath a tornado. In Chase, Kansas, we do have a tornado warning there also with some large hail. How big is that hail? They're reporting huge humongous hail right here. Let's see why. I see why. This is huge. Elmdale, Strong City, Cottonwood Falls. This hail is going to be so big. How big is it? Let's see. How big is the hail? 3 inches. Northern Chase County, East Central Kansas. Northern Chase County, 3-inch size hail. Hail up to 3 inches. I mean, you're looking at baseball, softball size hail here. Should that be right over the top of you? This caused loss of life. And yeah, doesn't it look like a tornado? It is a tornado right there into the area just to the west of Elmdale and moving northward and eastward. Clements is just off to the south there, but coming into the tail grass, it looks like Tallgrass Prairie National Preserve. And Cottonwood Falls, huge storm right there with some super large hail being reported there as well. Then down to the south again, back to our tornadoes of the moment, and this one near Slaughterville is worrisome. A likely tornado beginning to form again here into the area that is just to the west of Slaughterville. I think we're talking about a likely tornado somewhere right there just to the west of, about right there where it looks the most ominous to me, where I think this is really starting to take place. The velocity data, the reflectivity is still showing that, wrapping around itself. Slaughterville, right over town there, if you will. And there is the bigger picture. I'll put it in motion to show you what it looks like right here as well. Off and on, we've seen quite a bit of lightning there, too, popping up near Noble and McGuire. All that coming in west to east now, moving generally in that direction, and a possible tornado near Slaughterville that's moving across that region too. Secondary storms. I got the other one up to the north here. I think this is cutting off all the flow coming into that Chandler area there, or Stroud. So this is the dominant storm, and it's using up most of the energy. A couple more storms down to the south that we're looking at now. They're Duncan and coming across the Red River and the Burke Burnett area there. 2 smaller storms. This one looks kind of wicked. Looks like it still has some inbound and outbound associated with it there near Letitia or Bethel. That's coming into Cox Corner there over the last few minutes. So keeping our eyes out for that, or what's happening to the north here, Slaughterville area, strong thunderstorm, and the likelihood of a possible tornado there too. Just moments ago from the National Weather Service, they issued this tornado warning now. Says 2-inch size hail being shown there too. 27 more minutes on this tornado warning for both of those areas. And we do have a new meso discussion just now coming out. I think this is going to be for Texas here, basically, where we're looking at Abilene. A couple of thunderstorms beginning to form here, where we've got 82 over 62. The watch is unlikely, less than 5% of a watch there, but nonetheless, there may be some more thunderstorms just to the west of Dallas and Fort Worth. That's going to be large hail threat. It'll persist for another hour or two in both of these locations. But right now, radar going back to this area near Slaughterville. The likelihood of a tornado there. Now, I say that, and the last couple of images do not look as ominous as the 2 prior. Looks a little less organized. right there near Slaughterville. I don't see any high speeds that are coming back to the area there, anything like that. But I do have some, do see some images. Jason Coley, one of our guys, is in Lexington, Oklahoma. He's got a pretty good view of something going on there. That is just to the west of town, actually, and then everything else that's happening up here too. We see some spin. I can see a little bit of rotation still ongoing with this thing off to the north, but not what it was a few minutes ago. Not what it was 30 minutes ago, actually. And I hope that we lose some of our situation here, where I hope we lose some of the heating of the day, which should help the situation out. Apple-sized hail, they're saying now. They're in Cottonwood Falls. Apple-sized hail. Small population center there of about 1,500 people. And now maybe a little less organization out of this thing near Slaughterville. I don't see that looking like it was a few minutes ago. Actually, at all. It's really broadened out quite a bit over the last 2 scans coming out. I don't see near the situation there. We got Wall Lake and that area there. Then down to the south, a few more thunderstorms that we're looking at there too. Yep. Yes. Slaughterville back over here to Noble. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. So still here near Slaughterville, into that McKittyville area. There is the possibility of a tornado or two. Hold on, our velocity date looks bad. Yeah, there's a little bit of inbound there, but nothing like we had a little bit earlier out of that whole situation. So they may let that tornado warning go, and the rest of it is looking better. There's still some spin over here just south of Oklahoma City, it looks like. That's coming into the airport. That doesn't look good, but doesn't look horrible either. That's a different supercell. There's two of them here. Supercell here, supercell here. Another one up there. And then we got a tornado way up here. This is the other tornado up here that's for Chiron, a town called Chiron, 14 miles to the north, moving to the 20 mile per hour. It's in Denison, somewhere into that area too. So we got other thunderstorms here that have popped up and down the line. But it looks like, for the moment, it's just going to be widely scattered now, with off and on scattered thunderstorms popping up that may have tornadoes involved in them. I think the worst of it here, this is a big storm. This is a huge storm up near Cottonwood Falls, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. There is some population there, but not like what it was toward this one. Oh, heading westward. Well, let's take his video here. We got Ryan Pitt, who is in Emporia, which is just off to the west of this storm here. And you can see it's an electrical storm, if nothing else there. You got tons of lightning taking place. You'll see it in just a couple of seconds, but there's still a little bit of what is trying to be a little bit of daylight there on the western side. This is an electrical situation that's going crazy. A lot of lightning. It's funny too, because I'm watching it live. I'm watching this video live, and it's like a lightning strike every second. And right here, there's only like one or two that shows up on the radar. But in reality, he's got tons of it here. Showing up, and he is just to the west of Emporia in Kansas. And looking, he's driving back to the west at the moment toward Cottonwood Falls in the Toledo area to pick up a huge storm. It's got a tornado associated with it. 20 more minutes on this tornado warning, and 3-inch size hail. So you're getting up near apple size there, almost a softball size hail. Should it get any larger, the reflectivity data again is indicating to us we have a large hail shaft there near Elmdale and Rockland coming into Strong City and Cottonwood Falls, with a possible tornado associated with the storm there as well. And near Cottonwood Falls, inbound and outbound associated with it, has the likely tornado right about there near Elmdale. And all indications are that this could be on the ground as well, because we've had a pretty strong correlation coefficient, CC drop, to go along with that there into both of these areas over the last 30 minutes. So it's been a strong sort of a situation there. With everything going in and out. And right as I bragged about watching him, his video has frozen on us. But nonetheless, still looking at strong possibilities of tornadoes there into that area, coming in on the eastern side, if you will, of Kansas, and coming into Kansas City later on this evening. Likely to have some strong storms there too. A few more thunderstorms still ongoing to the north here, up near where Brett is. We still have a tornado warning not too far away from our dude Brad Arnold here. We've been watching him off and on over the last little while. Some of the strong thunderstorms at the moment still taking place there off into the distance. You can see those. And then we've got this whole situation. Thurman over to Percival, down to Payne. That is a possible tornado situation. We've got 2 more minutes on this tornado warning. And whether or not they reissue that or not, I'm not really sure. It just doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on there for a tornado anymore. There's a little bit of an inbound and outbound marker there with it, but not much. There's just not much going on there. So that part of this whole line isn't going to fire like it did down to the south. So we pretty much are, what you see is what you get out of the rest of that. So you got 1 or 2 tornado warnings. I'll tell you what, now that this situation has gotten a little bit better down to the south here, I don't see what I saw a little bit earlier out of this whole thing. That is, there's still some spin down there near Naguire, but not what we saw earlier. And I see no spin at all back toward the city, toward Moore, or anything like that. I think we may drop out here without having Brett on. Brett broke his windshield a little bit earlier. I know he's still having some trouble there. Who are we watching here? What's on the left-hand side of the screen? Who was that we were just, I was watching there? Who's Ryan Pitt? Is that a tornado just on the left-hand side of the screen? Pop him up over here. Let's see. I think we have a tornado live right now. We do. This is Ryan Pitt. And I believe that's a tornado about to cross the road. I don't know. He's coming in from the east. So that would be dude. So that's the storm up here.
Yep, we got a tornado.
And that's the tornado associated with it. That's near Elmdale. And it is coming in from the south. It's about to cross the road there. And I think he's going to be on Strong City. But a likely tornado there into the area that is just south of there. I still don't have anything that looks great on the correlation coefficient, but this is right on the U.S. Highway 50, it looks like. U.S. Highway 50 coming in out of Elmdale into Strong City. The Neva area is where they would be at this moment. Neva and Strong City. He's frozen there for a second. I'm also watching some of the damage that has occurred a little bit earlier from Oklahoma, watching some of the live video coming in on a television station there from Oklahoma, from Norman, just south of Norman, actually, where they do have some buildings that have collapsed there into the area. I don't have anything that mentions any kind of a situation overall there. But I believe what you're looking at is a frozen image of Ryan Pitt's video coming in there on 50, US 50 into Strong City. And a tornado that was on the side of the storm there that he picked up. And was basically, you refresh that, does it show back up? Yeah, he's pulled over on the side of the road. So take that full screen again. He's pulled over because that is a tornado that you can see there into the headlights. Just above those headlights is a tornado that was showing up. Definitely a wall cloud there now, and I don't see it down to the ground. But there's your wall cloud, classic wall cloud that's getting pretty close. Earlier, that looked like it was on the ground, and I wasn't really able to see that for sure. The condensation, we saw it breaking up there off into the distance. But the likelihood of a tornado will be right there, which is right where the radar says it should be, is on U.S. Highway 50. I feel positive he's on U.S. Highway 50 there, somewhere just to the east of Strong City. Very likely. I see a couple of towers there off into the road. Was that hail that just fell in front of him? Looked like ice. I thought I saw ice break right in front of him there. Yes, that is hail. It's beginning to fall right in front of him on the roadway there. let's see. And the new scan is again showing the likelihood of a tornado. In fact, there is law enforcement is reporting a tornado on the ground there now near Elmdale. So even though we don't see the condensation funnel going all the way down to the ground, that doesn't mean that it's not actually there. I guess we have audio out of his vehicle, but hail is falling there. And again, this is Ryan Pitt. He is live there in just outside of Emporia. I don't know if you can get the radar up on the other side here to show you where he is, but there he is. This is Emporia, Strong City, the Elmdale area. Now, tornado was reported there just to the east of Elmdale, and this is going to be where the large hail is, the stuff that could be as big as apples being reported right about here in that stuff, and he's not too far away from there. And also the likely tornado, strong inbound and outbound, right on the road. And he may go back full screen. He may be trying to, I'm not really sure what he's trying to do. But if there is a tornado, it's right there in the, on the road. I mean, it looks like it would be just in front of the road. That is a wall cloud. You see that small area, the teat of it all right there is going to be the, I mean, it does. It looks like a cow udder right there. And basically, what you see is the lowering of the cloud. You see a supercell thunderstorm, classic supercell that's wrapping up. But then right in the middle of it, there's another lowering, and that is the wall, what's called a wall cloud. It's rotating. And then out of that, so it's gone north. I think it's now north of 50, of US 50. So that's why he's going. Once it's the rotation is north of you, he's going to be safe because this is moving off to the northeast. So, wow. He was coming into the Strong City area there. Can't be too far away from Strong City. I don't see him showing up as just yet, but he was right in this area just to the east of Strong City. There's the tornado. What we were looking at was the wall cloud, which was going to be right there on the not the interstate, but US Highway 50. From west to east, County Road 177 that comes in from the north near Cottonwood Falls. The likelihood of a tornado there into that area. We did have some large hail falling there as well. Vertically integrated liquid shows you where this stuff coming in could be the size of apples. Yes, apples being reported there a little bit earlier. We saw on his screen. Yeah, go back to it full screen again if you can. Because you can see the hail falling into the grassy areas. Now, he kind of... I don't know if he took a little different view. I still see hail falling out in front of him there. I see some hail falling. But I don't see the wall cloud anymore. I don't know if he moved while we weren't looking. And now he has a wall cloud. A lot of lightning obviously taking place there as well. Just outside of Strong City is Ryan Pitt. We're following his video there. He is watching this whole situation unfold. Right there along US 50 coming into Strong City. Emporia is just off to the east. This is going to be north and east of Flart, south of Council Grove. There. And a one strong, it's a lone cell there. Very strong cell coming into Strong City. Yeah, he might have turned around once before. Go back down to the south. We still have some strong rotation in this storm as well. Now, this is the thing that's back over here near McGuire and Slaughterville. We were looking at this a little bit earlier. Still there. Strong indication, again, of rotation taking place right here just south and east of McGuire. And so the possibility of a tornado still exists here for the next 7 minutes. 1 3/4 inches in diameter in the hail size. So still thinking this is possibly a tornado right there just outside of Needmore and McGuire. Following this coming in from the south and west. It's moving a little bit north of east in a motion that would wrap this up a little bit further. Let's see what else we got here. Correlation coefficient, nothing. in particular, velocity data still has a, and we got some strong velocities that are ongoing. And this is sometimes, again, the generation, what we call the generation of a tornado beginning to take place here. The tornado genesis taking place into this area. So this is going to be, again, east now. We're east of Moore, Oklahoma. That's that same storm that came around. It was two pieces that came apart that ended up bringing you this. And now the National Weather Service office here is still saying we got a tornado warning. The radar indicated tornado near Etowah and Tribby and McComb. This is going to be coming in from the west and moving eastward across the rest of this area. The National Weather Service office following all this very, very closely. This is to the north. This is that northern storm that we were looking at a few moments ago, coming in from Plymouth, Americus, and moving northeastward. Baseball-sized hail is possible here with an observed tornado just to the west of I-35. And that's our storm that Pitt is on. Ryan Pitt was on just a few moments ago, seeing an observed tornado. This looks ugly. This looks like it's really starting to do its thing. You can see there's strong inbound and outbound associated with it. You got, 80 plus on this side. You got 90 plus over here. So this is ramping up to, again, look like it might be a large tornado trying to take shape here. Once again, just to the south and east of Norman, Oklahoma. Not that far. Tecumseh's just off to the north. Shawnee there into that area as well. Little Axel, the Denver area. This looks like it's beginning to be a strong tornado taking shape again and moving on eastward at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. The genesis of a tornado that's beginning to regenerate just to the west of Etowah, coming on eastward through this region here. So we've got tornado warnings in effect. This goes for the next 50 minutes. Tornado warning. The counties that are involved here, we're still looking at several counties here, most of which are going to be Pottawatomie and Cleveland counties. Pottawatomie to the east, near the town of Etowah, and only moving at about 15 miles per hour, 15 mile per hour movement off to the north and to the east. The possible tornado looks like it's going to be associated with this is there near Needmore. A possible tornado trying to pop up there and move on eastward just outside of Norman, Oklahoma. Tecumseh coming in from the southwest and through this area from the southwest. The likelihood of a tornado. Let me see if I can find anything else here. Any other products? Vertically integrated liquid says there's still some large hail occurring there. We still have the velocity data that has all that's associated with it there too. Correlation coefficient, probably a little bit of an area there near Needmore where it looks like we could have some inbound and outbound and maybe some debris that would be aloft there into both of those areas there too. So looking out for that, but that's where we probably have our tornadoes. Going to be right into that area there. High res velocity data. Got a little ball that's trying to show up there too. So I think this is a brand new tornado. It's really getting its stuff together here. Got a little corruption right there because what looks like nothing is something just to the western side of Needmore. Looking out for all that. So this is a tornado right about there. Moving eastward. Etowah, Needmore, you're in the path of this storm going eastward at about only about 15 miles per hour forward motion. It's not much at all. So needs to be watched there. Got a brand new tornado warning in Texas here at the moment. This is going to be right into central Texas, just south of I-20 and Ty. $half size hail, but a radar indicated tornado warning there. County Road 277, US 277 and 84 coming in up on that area. But I-20 near the town of Impact, that is a tornado warning there into Texas. Brand new tornado warning. Here's a big tornado trying to get together again near Needmore. And there's a reason to believe that we still have some strong indications here of the likelihood of a tornado coming in and now rotating very rapidly. Inbound and outbound. We had some reason to believe that's right down the pipe, too. It's right down the middle of this polygon, actually. And maybe start to move a little bit north now that it's on the backside of this whole thing. What is that? Checking some other areas here to make sure we're okay. Back up here into the city. little different perspective with the terminal radar. Tornado near Needmore. East Etowah Road, if you want a roadway there. But in between there and Etowah, the likelihood of a tornado occurring there in both of those areas. Let's see, we need one more scan to give us a little bit of better idea of what's happening there. These are high winds no matter what. I mean, we got some 76, 78, 85. I think I saw a 90 in there a little bit ago. There's some negative 50s. So now you're looking at, you know, net shear going well above 200 miles an hour in this thing. All right, so now they're separated a little bit. The inbound and the outbound is showing up. The last image, you can see how there is a separation now a little bit. That doesn't mean that's a thing, but right now there is a separation between gate to gate. We no longer have pixel to pixel, gate to gate kind of stuff, but that doesn't matter. That just means, you know, it's kind of still disorganized at the moment, but it wouldn't take much for this thing to come back together again and start to rotate. If it's going to rotate, it's going to be right about in here. Again, that's going to be Cleveland and Pottawatomie counties. You got until 9:30 for this tornado warning. Only moving to the east at 10 to 15 miles per hour. 10 to 15 miles per hour. That's why we've had these things within range of Oklahoma City all day today, or all evening this evening, because they just weren't moving very much at all. Not a whole lot of forward motion at all with these storms, but big supercell that's ongoing here. Big rotating storm into the upper atmosphere. We've had our eye on this through the day today, but you can just see this whole thing here is really spinning through the day today, and then popping off these smaller tornadoes from time to time inside of these. This is another supercell right there that's taking place, and another one just off to the north. We have like 3 separate supercells now. They're into that region. A couple more down to the south that we're looking at and watching. They don't have the same dynamical outlook as these do to the north. And then still have this Emporia tornado up here that we were watching a few moments ago. Quite a few reports of a tornado on the ground here. Law enforcement reported a tornado there a little bit earlier in Strong City, Kansas. We saw that thing. It looked like it was on the ground for a little bit there, but hard to say. We were from a distance when thought that happened, but there again is the possible tornado associated with that. Inbound and outbound still looks like it's on this side of the road, at least now. It's on the south side of the road, US 50. Ryan Pitt was all over that thing just a little while ago. We lost him there in a short amount of time, but it does look like a tornado took this sort of a path, and now there's rotation right about there that's south again. That might be from something different, actually. Or just a new tornado trying to form here just south of 50, US 50 there on the south side. Does have a tornado warning that includes America, still goes up to Dunlap and the rest of that region there too. I don't think beyond that we have any more tornado warnings. I don't see any up into Iowa here at the moment. No tornado warnings and all that stuff there. But we know we have damage down here to the south. We still have a possible tornado trying to get its act together down to the south here too. And in fact, we do have a tornado report now. Broadcast media in Cleveland County saying that near Etowah, it just says tornado report. I'm not really sure. They didn't say tornado report of what, but. And that would be right in this same region. Now, and here's what's happened. This thing is separated. There's still some strong, this thing is still spinning. Still easy to see. It is spinning right here, but it's not come together there just yet. This is a wall cloud right here. This is a wall cloud. The big thing is spinning there, but not actually doing anything different. McLean County and Cole, the town of Cole, there's been damage. I've seen quite a bit of that off and on. Seen some other stuff showing up across the area too. that looked pretty ominous there as well. But this is sort of the storm of the moment, and still lacking something that's preventing it from coming on down there at the moment, but it's all right. And there is your spin that's occurring. This is going to be, I mean, we're talking both of these numbers. Stop that. Both of these numbers are pretty high. This is going to be, I think there's 114 there. 114 over there. Then down to the south, we got some 85. They're just not together just yet. So, right now we don't have a tightly packed tornado there at this moment. But strong velocity data for sure. One of those pixels is 120. That one right there, I think. 115. Little ball there. It's ugly. Only a few people, apparently. Yeah, I got a little debris ball there trying to show up again. Golf ball size hail being reported now. This thing seems to be really, I think it's just now coming down. Well, they just issued a new tornado warning. Let's see what they got to say. Golf ball size hail. They now go observed. And that's going to be crossing. It's Pottawatomie County and then coming on across the county and working its way a little bit further to the east, it looks like at the moment. But still in effect there for Cleveland County and Pottawatomie. A confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado. That's a debris ball that you're looking at there on the radar. The velocity data is tight now. Now you got a tornado for sure right there. And this looks like a pretty large tornado. This doesn't look small anymore. And this is just to the north of the Etowah Road line. There is a tornado that is now observed and on the ground. We knew we had all the velocities here, but look at this. Inbound and outbound is wicked looking. The inbound and outbound on this velocity data is somewhere with net shear. It's got to be well over 200 miles an hour now in both locations. I can find 100 easily here going inbound and outbound. And so now we do have a confirmed tornado just to the north of Etowah, west of Burnett, and moving northeastward with a debris ball that shows up very well. Look at this now. You've got a classic tornado now for what is Oklahoma. And this is a situation that set up a little bit earlier that came across the southern part of the county, has now moved eastward. And as I said this a little bit earlier, the genesis of a tornado is what you've been watching for the last 20 minutes. The genesis of a large tornado was taking shape. We looked at it when it was over McGuire, and now you got it. And it's not only here, there's a little bit of rotation going around Norman here, but this is the tornado of the moment. That is a classic tornado. They're just to the north of Etowah, a large one that is probably on the ground and is producing a likely tornado in and around that area there. So it's been a pretty tough situation there, I'm sure, for all who are affected there in that region, and the likelihood of going to see more there, I think, in the next 30 minutes or so. That is a damaging tornado that is on the ground and is likely producing damage at this point. Actually doesn't show up that well in the correlation coefficient area, but is a huge tornado. Watch it coming in, wrapping up there. The debris ball wraps up and around. There's already been a report or two, a couple of reports of a tornado on the ground area to the area, and you can see as it wraps up now, coming in south of the town of Pink. Tecumseh is on the eastern side, Shawnee into that area there too. A large tornado on the ground now, coming northward and eastward. Debris was kicked up into a debris ball. This is all looking like a big-time tornado into Oklahoma. The radar is at a TLX coming in out of Norman, Oklahoma. And all this is moving now northward and eastward. The reflectivity there has a good indication of a tornado and a debris ball associated with it. Velocity data has everything that looks so wicked. It's just very easy to see where this tornado is going. It's an observed tornado. They're taking this into little chunks to make sure that they've got a forward motion that is set here. So they just issued a new tornado warning in effect for eastern Cleveland and central Pottawatomie counties. That's going to include the town of Pink until 9:30. A PDS situation, particularly dangerous situation, is what they're calling this now. 4 miles to the north of Etowah, moving northeast at about 20. It is a radar confirmed tornado because you see it, I see it, everybody sees it. Anybody who's got a radar can see it. That's what they look like when you see them wrapping up there. And I want to go back in time because, we've been following this for a while and talking about what was going to be the genesis of a tornado, what we saw that was going to be the beginning of a big tornado. And it was a little while ago, right about there, about 8 o'clock, when we first really saw it coming together. And I've seen so many of these in my lifetime that I know sort of what they look like prior to becoming larger situations. And right about there, I thought it was going to go ahead and go. And I guess it did because there was a tornado warning right there. There was a tornado report right there. So we did have a debris ball there that was showing up. And then now it all got together. And you have this large tornado coming in from the west, moving northward and eastward. And wrapping up near the town of Pink is what they're saying. But the tornado warning now is for the next 34 minutes into that area that is central Oklahoma. It's Pottawatomie, Cleveland counties, goes until 9:30. The tornado warning there into that area is very likely producing a strong tornado that's going northeastward across the rest of this area. We just have to continue to watch this very closely coming through and up and through from south to north. So we keep our eyes on that, and I hope everybody is at home too. And I don't have any problem telling you that I'm. If you have no other source there, local source to be picking up information, I'm glad to help you out here if I can. But you should be watching someone local there in this kind of a situation there in Oklahoma, because they got so many pieces of information they can pass along to you. They're looking at it from helicopters. A lot of different ways that they are watching this stuff there, and I don't feel. I always look at it like, am I helping? If it were me watching, do I actually? And I don't think a lot of people think this, but I do. If I were asking you to watch me, and I don't know what's going on as much as I know somebody else does, that'd be horrible. And so I'm telling you right now that if you can watch somebody local there into the area, Oklahoma City, don't be looking out for damage at this point. This isn't a joyride to be watching somebody who's in the tornado. This is life and death kind of stuff right here for anybody that lives into this area. So I have no problem telling you to check out. I'm watching KFOR at the moment.com. on the internet here to make sure that I can sort of see what they're talking about, because they've got like a helicopter in the air and that kind of thing. Just moving a little bit north. The town of Pink is, again, you're probably in this. This is what's happened with a couple of these storms. As they rotate around the big mesocyclone, they end up going a little bit further, and this thing is going northeast. It's not moving east, it's moving northeast. And Pink, you would be included. The town of Pink, I think this is headed right for you there. Coming in on the south side of town, the velocity still is showing up. Inbound, outbound, large tornado right here, just to the south. There's Pink, the town of Pink. And this is your inbound and outbound tightly packed tornado right here into this area. Velocities are still there, but strong indications of a tornado right on the county line, and then going northward. So in the town of Pink, you should be in a safe place immediately if you live there. Back into Kansas again, that old tornado warning that we have is still out there. It's now observed again just north of not I-50, north of I-35, but north of US 50 there, Strong City, Plymouth area. That is still a tornado warning storm. Population center 146 people live out there, most of them rural farmers into that region. But again, here's our tornado of the moment. Our worry of the moment is coming in on the backside of a big supercell thunderstorm, now moving into the town of Pink from the western side. Reflectivity shows you the same thing. Slow movers, 15 miles per hour during the day today was causing many problems, but now there's your tornado warning just to the south of Pink. Looks a little different than it did a few moments ago. Still, the atmosphere is, it's not, it's prime, but not for long tracked tornadoes. It was never like that during the day today. This was sort of an afterthought. Always thought that the severe weather today was going to be a little further to the north. This is kind of an afterthought area. And so a lot of the dynamics are not there, is what I'm trying to say, aren't there for long track tornadoes, and actually weren't there early in the day today for numerous tornadoes to occur. So nonetheless, that's what we have here at the moment. I'll tell you what, without getting Brett at all here, B, if you don't mind, I think we're going to drop out of this and just let the local sort of cover this. We do have some video that we'll be showing you on LSM from time to time. And we have some, if you go to LSM on your YouTube channel and take a look there, I'm going to leave the radar up here for a little while, and we'll kind of go from there and see what's happening right now. The tornado warning, they're coming in on the backside of the supercell for 29 more minutes. That's a tornado warning storm for Cleveland and Pottawatomie counties on the southwestern side. B, you all right with that? Take it on the, if you'll take this, I can leave this up. Yeah, so I can have my thing here if you want to do that. I didn't know. Oh, that's the same tornado warning. But I got to go take care of something. Who's that? Oh, I know. Anyway. Yeah, so I appreciate you being with us. And again, we didn't get to have Brett today. I apologize for that. He broke a windshield pretty early on in the whole situation, so we didn't actually have B for very long today. But still watching this area south of Pink and Bethel Acres and Tecumseh coming in from the southwest. And we'll leave this up on the radar here. I'll leave it there, and B has this for us. Let's see what happens. So appreciate you being with us, and I'm going to sign off for now. Should some more stuff happen, I'll pop back in. I'm just going downstairs to take care of something, but if we don't come back, that's why. And I appreciate everybody watching tonight. Thank you.